All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And right here in front of us, look at that, a Lufthansa Boeing 747-8i Intercontinental. Really looking forward to this one. Tried out the 747 yesterday after stream and had some success with it. And it flew a lot better and a lot nicer than what I am traditionally used to with the 7.4 that we've had in the past. Excuse me. So I'm very happy to be able to give this one a go and get some practice in with such a large airplane. And hopefully we can get some butters with it because she can be a little difficult. So fingers crossed, everybody. Anyways, who do we got here today? Geek says, hey, Geek is back in the house. Rycraft, what's going on, my friend? Farmer is here as always. Kilo is here. What's going on, folks? Thank you so much for joining me today. The airplane's completely cold and dark. There's nothing going on the inside, so we do need to get inside and make sure everything is all set and ready to go. We haven't even fueled up yet. We don't have any of the payload loaded. Nothing. So we actually need to get that underway. I've decided that we're not going to use GSX to its full extent, because yesterday when I tried using GSX on this airplane and you know, tried the boarding and tried everything else, it just kind of got messed up, and then I had to restart KOTOR or whatever you call it 2 or 3 times, and I would get the spinning menu of doom. We all know what that is if we use GSX, so I'm not trying to have the same thing happen again, and I actually have to blow my nose, ladies and germs. Hold on, I have a hanky right here. Just gonna go no camera for a second, bear with me. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Just had to blow my nose, man. Allergies. Awesome stream. Can't wait to see landings in this bird. Geek me as well. Hopefully we are successful with this one. It's sunrise in California right now. Nice. It's been sunrise here in my home state for about 3 hours now. And the day's looking okay. A little cloudy. Not as gloomy as we've had over the past couple of days. But you know what? It's okay. It's summertime, right? But anyways, what do you say we get inside this beautiful airplane and get everything ready to go? So without further ado, inside the flight deck we go. Alright, like I said, completely cold and dark. We don't have anything going on in here right now, but we need to get things up and running. First thing we're going to do is weight and balance, because that's probably the most important. So let's go ahead and take a look at our sim brief flight plan. And remember, folks, our flights can be tracked on Volanta. We are currently up and running with Volanta again, so please go ahead and take out the Volanta to track everything. And the route for this flight is pinned up at the top of the stream. At least it should be. At least I hope it is. Our flight number today, folks, is LH430. That's an actual flight number used by Lufthansa, but they normally use an A320 or an A321 for this, not a 7.4. Obviously, only like an hour and a half leg from Frankfurt to England. You don't need a 7.4, but you know, I want to be able to fly it and not have to do extreme long hauls. So I was originally going to do like a Lufthansa regional type deal, meaning, you know, that the flights were only going to be between like Munich and down up to Frankfurt and then maybe to Luxembourg, but you know, we didn't end up doing that just because those flights were so short. You know, they're like 34 minutes, and by the time you get the 747 up and get it climbing and get it turned and get everything all set up, you know, you're only going to be able to get to a cruising altitude of like 21,000 feet, and for me that's boring. So we're just going to London Heathrow from Frankfurt and then going back. So should be good stuff here. Oh, my nose is running. My goodness. Okay. So our cruising altitude for this leg is 34,000 feet. The amount of fuel we're taking with us is 54,829. So we need to lower that substantially. to 54,000 pounds. That's only 13% of our aircraft's load, but I'm going to go up to 15%. It's a nice number. I enjoy 15. Payload is going to be 165,699. There we go. Nice full load. I think we have full passengers. I think, yeah, 279. So not quite full, but damn near close. So there we go. Payload is looking good. Estimated takeoff weight is 703,829 pounds. So let's go ahead and bump that out to 703,759. Then we'll give ourselves a little bit of extra fuel too, just to account for the APU burning and the taxiing and all that. Oopsies. There we go. Cool. All right, everything is looking wonderful. That is all set up and ready to go. Today's the last day of the summer vacation for me. Oh, Kilo, that's all right. By the way, it's Gamer2, just changed my name. Yep, you told me that yesterday. I'm just going to call you Kilo just because it's easier when I take a look at your name. Hold on, I have to do nasal spray, folks. You see my nasal spray right here. So I am going to get rid of my camera again, just so I can do that. Nobody wants me to see me do that. Hold on. Thank you, and I just have to blow my nose again. Oh, I don't know why I'm having a problem. Ugh, it's awful. Okay. We're back again. Okay. Let's go ahead and get everything up and running. Gonna do the same route as me. Sounds good. Let's go up to the overhead panel. First thing we need to do, folks, is get our battery switch turned on. So we are going to lift the cover for that. Flicker on. And on she comes. And the first thing we're going to do is get our standby power over to auto. We're not going to bother with external power. We're just going to start the APU right off the ripski. So bring that over into the on position. I always like to give it a few seconds. And then we'll switch it on over to start and hold. And now the airplane should be coming to life for us. As we're waiting for that to happen, we'll come up here and arm our emergency exit lights, as well as get our nav lights turned on. Make sure our beacon lights are off, which they are now. There we go. Lovely. Everything is looking good. In the meantime, actually, let's get our IRSs turned on as we wait for the APU to come to life here. IRSs are getting powered up. Come down here to the FMC and get our position entered in. There we go. Lovely. Get ourselves set up with the route page and kind of wait for the APU to come to life. Let's go back outside. Remember, folks, hit the like button on this stream. Would really greatly appreciate that. We're already up to 7 likes, which is amazing. I believe we were at 7 likes before the stream even started, which is fantastic. Always like to see that. And sitting at 759 subs, which is wonderful. Slowly but surely creeping our way up to 1,000, ladies and gentlemen. Our route today takes us out on runway 7 right in Frankfurt, heading on the OBOK-1D, the ABOK-1D departure, with the Aboka transition, hopping on the Z29 airway from there to Tornu, direct to Breda, direct to Abned, hopping on the Lima 980 to Logan, and then taking ILS 27 left via the Loga 2H arrival. So, looking lovely. I don't hear any APU. Or is it just me? Battery discharge, APU gens. Saying they're available. It's a pretty quiet APU. Alright, APU generators are on and ready to go. We're going to go ahead and get our packs turned on as well. You'll be able to hear the airflow come into the cockpit now. I will say that the sounds of this 7.4 are much better than what we're used to. I'll go ahead and get the game volume cracked. There we go. You're in first class? Nice. Nothing better than first class, huh? Okay. Everything is all fired up as far as the APU is concerned. That is absolutely wonderful. We have our APU generators on. Our packs are on, looking nice. We can go ahead and get the passenger temperature down to cool, make it nice and cool. The airplane could possibly have been sitting here for hours upon hours. Cargo temp, who cares about the cargo? We'll leave that the way it is. Equipment cooling can stay where it is. Trim airs are on, the packs are on, APU's good. Engine bleeds, those will stay off for now. Fuel is looking great. Window heat, we'll get those on and functioning already. Wing anti-ice needs to be set into the on position, which is good. We'll also get our hydraulic pressures into the auto as well. Really no need to be turning those on yet, but I always do it now, just to be safe and make sure I don't forget anything. Let's head on down to the FMC of this lovely airplane and get everything going. I did a flight from Frankfurt to Innsbruck. It was nice. Cool, man. We're going to go Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot for Frankfurt, and then we're going Echo Golf Lima Lima for London Heathrow. Our flight number, as already mentioned, is Lima Hotel 430. And we are going out, I think I said, for Frankfurt. We are leaving runway 7 right. Go ahead and get 07 right entered in there. Lovely. We'll go to departure and arrival. And like I said, we are taking the Obach 1D departure. There it is. And no transition. That's fine. Come over here to the route and just see what we got. There we go to Oboka, which is perfect. From Oboka, we are heading on the Z29, or the Zulu 29 airway. From there, we are heading direct to Tornu, Tango, Oscar, Romeo, November, Uniform. From there, we are heading direct to Breda, Bravo, Romeo, Echo, Delta, Alpha. Enter that in. From there, we are heading direct to Abned, which is Alpha, Bravo, November, Echo, Delta. From there, we are heading on the Lima 980 airway. Go ahead and enter that in. There it is, Lima 980. From there, we are heading to Logan, which is going to be Lima, Oscar, Golf, Alpha, November. Wonderful. Hitting the next button, that's all we should need now. Go over back to our departure and arrival index. Like I said, we are taking runway 27 left. We'll take the ILS, and of course we are using the Loga 2H arrival, which is right here, via the, let's see what we want to take. We'll take CHT, get nice and long for us. Go back to the route. Everything's looking good there. That discontinuity is normal. Okay, let's come over to our legs and let's analyze the route. Hello, Mom. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm the only one watching? Possibly. I don't always trust YouTube, though. It seems to be all over the place. Every now and then I'll look over and it says I have one person watching, and then I look over the next second and there's 7. Like now there's 3. I don't really trust it. It's all over the place. Okay, let's bring this over to plan. Let's zoom out the range just a tad bit here. And yeah, let's get our flight going. Let's step through this flight plan here. There we go. Everybody should be able to see that. That's looking good. What a nice departure. Lovely. Should give us nice views of London. Or nice views of Frankfurt, rather. Okay, there's our first discontinuity. Where's it having us go from here? To CHT? That's a little weird. We're probably honestly just going to vector ourselves in from there, so I'm not really worried about it. So that should be fine as it sits. We'll come back over here to route, we'll activate that, and we'll execute it as well. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Watching from the hotel in Daytona? Nice, very cool. Hope you are enjoying your time. Gotta sneeze. Maybe not. My nose was running like you wouldn't believe this morning. I swear to God, if I'm getting COVID, I'll be an upset man. Gross weight, 707,500 pounds leaving out of Frankfurt today. Very large amount of weight for a very relatively low amount of fuel. Zero fuel weight is 640,600 pounds, which is a crazy heavy airplane. Of course, we could not go heavy because it's a 747. 747s always deserve to be heavy. Let's see, fine reserve fuel, we're going to be going 10.1 on the reserves, looking good. Cruising altitude is 34,000. Cost index is looking like it's going to be 70. Lovely, everything's looking good there, but in fuel temperature, that's fine. We'll execute that. Thrust limit. We're going to do... I think... boy... I think 55 is probably going to be good. Get our N1 up there nicely. We will do a D-rated climb as well. So regular takeoff, climb 2. We'll come over here. Flaps 10 for departure. And our CG, type 21, looking good. Rotate speed looking nice. V1 138, rotate 148, V2 168. Reference speed is on. We're already pausing it. So we are pretty much ready to go here. Let's come back to our index. Everything is looking good there. Thrust limits we just did. Takeoff we just did. Settings. Heading up track mode. Nothing like that we need to do. Lovely. I do believe that everything should be all set other than having to go up top. Get the rest of our overhead configured and then get our autopilot configured as well. We are going to climb to 5,000 feet off the rip to allow us to accelerate to 250 knots before we climb up to our cruising altitude. Our runway heading, departing Frankfurt, for runway 7 right, should be right around 70 degrees, but we just want to check. 66. I'm not sure if this airplane quite has the features of the PMDG products, but with PMDG, if your runway heading or your heading isn't selected within 5 degrees of which the track you're trying to intercept, VNAV or LNAV will not engage. Just a tip for anybody that can't get LNAV to engage on a PMDG product, but I don't think we're going to have that issue with the Asobo 7.4, to be completely honest with you. Let's get a look at our takeoff again. We want 178 on V2. It's starting to rain a little bit here in Frankfurt as well. 178, lovely. Armor auto throttles, get our flight directors on as well. That's all looking nice. Auto brakes can stay off for now, no need for those just yet. We'll get our decast turned on as well, and we'll squawk 1200 just like we're in a Cessna, because why not? Come up over here. Just trying to think of anything else we need to do really quickly. I think we can go ahead and get the rest of our fuel pumps on. Right, awesome. That's looking good. Our doors are open. Other than that, I think we are going to be ready for push. We can try and push back. Not really feeling too confident in regards to it, but let's get a look at where we need to push back from. Look at that airplane sitting in front of us here. Okay, let's see. Currently from where we are positioned, we are probably going to have to push back out. We're taking runway 7 right. Ooh, it's a long taxi. Okay, no big deal. We're going to push back out into our right. It's going to be the best bet. Cross runway 25 center. Follow taxiway Mike all the way down in between 2 runways, and then that should bring us right to 7 right, which is what we want. Wonderful. Alright. I'm happy with that. Let's get back inside here, and let's ask GSX to push us back. Hopefully we don't have any issues here. .747 action, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, LRM, what's happened, friend? Sent you a meme on Discord. Alright, I'll take a look at it once we get up and cruising. Cheers, everybody. Still
Hello,
drinking my
Captain.
coffee.
We are ready for pushback.
Thank you, sir. Hold on, I have to blow my nose again.
Departure check completed. Pipe has been inserted.
Ready in the A319? Sounds good. It's normally an airplane of what would take this route, but you know what? We are innovators here, folks. Maybe we're going to give Frankfurt a good idea. Cram these 747-8s full in an all-economy. You have a model kit of that 748 that you still need to assemble. Hell yeah, what are you waiting on, man? Build that thing. I've been wanting to get back into models, but there's just nowhere for me to be able to do that. Taking them a while to get the airplane ready. Look at how big this airplane is. Look at the gentleman standing underneath it. We're way higher than we should be. Oops. So, like, to be on eye level with this guy, we are probably sitting right about here. So that's how big the airplane would be at eye level. We can't even see it. Our FlyLive data is blocking it. Alright, tail to the right, just like we had asked.
Release parking brakes.
Release parking brakes. Alright, we're going to get back inside. Oh, the rain is starting to get a little crazy here. We're going to go ahead and release the parking brake for him.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, enjoy the startup procedures, folks. We're going to go ahead and get engines 3 and 4 started at once. We're going to go ahead and initiate engine 3. Watch for N2 is rising, which it is. Lovely. And now we're going to go for number 4. Alright, awesome. And then once we engage fuel flow for both, we can go over to the wing and have a look. A quiet airplane. Alright, sounds like we have 2 good starts of engines 3 and 4. Lovely, we're going to come up over here and turn engines 2 and 1. We get 2, we have some rotation going there. Lovely, let's go ahead and get number 1. Should look at the meme I sent you? I will, my friend. Like I said, I'll look at it when we get up and cruising. Don't you worry. Just realized I never turned the camera back on. Sorry about that. Set parking brake. Sounds like we have 2 good starts of engines 2 and 1. We'll go ahead and set the parking brake for them. Where are we at here? There it is. Parking brake is set. We never turned our beacons on, but no big deal. They are on now. Bleeds. We will get those on as well for the engines. That's looking swell. And we can get our APU off also. No longer any need for that. We'll get our taxi lights on. Looking good. No bells or whistles going off here. APU is on cooldown. Parking brake is set. Doors are set to auto. IRS align mode center. Huh. I guess the center IRS is still aligning, huh?
Unlocking gear.
Everything looks good here, but so we're just going to keep going. We're not going to stop anything. That shouldn't affect anything. That should go away and disilluminate on its own. But it looks like we are ready to go, folks. Let's head back here to our wing view and get flaps down to 10.
Tow truck disconnected. Pipe has been removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
Oh no, I have a decent amount of rain too. It seems to be going back. It's just me or the train crash. I don't know what you mean. Alright, flaps are all set and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are pretty much set to go. We just need to get the all clear from our friends in front of us that just pushed us back, and we can go on and get out of here. And the 747 already. Now, she's quite a tricky bird to taxi. At least she can be, so you're going to have to bear with me here on this one. Trim, we need to go 6.5. Go, trim is all set. No, it doesn't look like the stream crashed. Let me take a look at the settings. You know, it says we have excellent connection. Everything seems to be going well. Everything's looking good for me. Anybody else having any issues? All right, let's look outside. Things looking good. We don't have anybody standing around. Alright folks, we are good to go. Let's get over here, disconnect our parking brake, and the airplane should start rolling on its own underneath its own idle power here, hopefully. Let's go ahead and get some panel lights on as well, because it's rather dark. Can't really see all that much. Same thing with over here. Let's get some panel lights on, so we can actually kind of see what we are doing a little bit. And same thing with down here. So there's some lighting down here. I don't remember. Seatbelts. Auto. Alright. Away we go, folks. Looks like we're not going to be rolling underneath our own idle power here, so we'll just give us a little bit of power. Now problem with the stream. Huh. I don't have any problems here, guys. It's saying that we're good. Or do you mean no problem with the stream? Alright, a little bit of engine power here, folks, to get us rolling. Alright, here we are rolling, folks. Like I said, with this big beast of an airplane, we are just going to take our sweet time with the taxiing. We're not going to be rushing in any way, shape, or form. Got to be gentle with this one, folks. She is the queen of the skies, after all, so we have to treat her as such. Let's see if we can't get the head tracking to work. I would like to try to get it to. I doubt we're going to be able to, but let's see. Go live, no camera. That should deactivate my camera. Let's see if we can get open track to work here. I'm going to take this left-hand turn. See if we can get the camera to work. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to. I don't know why. It's the strangest thing. We didn't have any problems with this yesterday when I was flying off stream, so I'm going to have to reconfigure the camera settings to get our head tracking back on. Streamlabs had an update yesterday before I hopped on the stream, so I'm thinking there's something to do with the configuration settings, so I'm going to have to play around with that. I love this view. Look at that view. Oh my goodness. Very nice. And then we got the same thing back here. We have another over-the-wing view. And then we have some engine view as well. Looking very nice. Alright, we're going to cross 25 Center, which is that runway right there in front of us. Remember, folks, hit the like button if you haven't done so already. And if you are new here, you are enjoying what you are seeing. Yep, no, it doesn't look like it's gonna... the camera's gonna work out for us. Oh well. Not the end of the world. Alright, here we are about to cross runway 25 center. Now we're going to make this first right-hand turn. Right here in front of us, 747s while making turns, taxi at about 10 knots or less. So as we approach up here, we're just going to have to tap the brakes just a tad bit to lower our ground speed to make it safe to turn. Go. You wouldn't dare taxi this airplane or turn with this airplane much faster than that. Alright, now it's pretty much just following taxiway Mike all the way down, because we are in between runways 25 center and 25 left. The runways 180 degrees facing the other direction are runways 7 center and 7 right. Well, short 27 left. Yes, you're probably using ATC. I'm not. I'm just winging it. Free reign of the airport. I gotta get better sounds for this because it just seems to be very quiet. We are going to be holding short of runway 7 right as well once we get down taxiway Mike. You know, I hate to do this because if this screws up the game, I'm going to be pissed. But let's come over here to sound. And, yeah, look at that. Aircraft engines are all the way up. Voices are pretty down far. Aircraft miscellaneous will keep that down. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much set to a really nice, sounds here. So this is about as loud as we're gonna get. Unfortunately. Microsoft Flight Simulator likes to give opposite direction of the runway. Yes, I do not use the ATC built-in because it's just a headache. Every time I've ever used it. I know, right? I use Volanta to get to the runways, not generic ATC. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would do. The Microsoft ATC is just, ugh. And like I said, I'm not really, for me, I'm the kind of person, I don't have a big enough attention span to really deal with the ATC, and that's why a lot of the times I don't want to fly on that sim or anything like that. I've gotten some practice in the past, it's too much. I'm not trying to make excuses, it's just too much for me to be able to concentrate on and everything. If this were the real world and I had a co-pilot with me, that would be one thing, but it's just too much for me to change the frequencies and do all this and while landing, and who knows, we could be under manual control and turbulence, and then I have to switch over to the radios and try to tune them, and I don't have a radio panel for my desk. You are far away from the engine, that's why it's so quiet. Also, the 747-8's engine, it's also had the quiet engines, 747 ever. Yeah, I'm sure. Mr. Yu, what's happening, man? Yeah, I know, like, when you're farther, it's just like being in the, like, any airplane that's where the engines are tail-mounted, like in an MD-80. You don't really hear the engines at all in the flight deck, but I still like hearing them. Just have fun? Oh, yeah. I would stay at a mini airport with a bit of taxiways. like Santa Ana. It's easier for the taxiways there for that sim. Yeah, most of the practice I've gotten has been in like my local area in real life, so I'm familiar with the like visual landmarks if I need them. But the problem is in my local airport here, there's not a lot of VATSIM controllers that ever get online for Providence. A lot of the time they're online in Boston, so I can get practice with like Boston Center and everything like that. And sometimes they will take over Center for the airport, or Boston Center will handle Providence traffic on VATSIM sometimes, but not always. Hey, we're approaching our runway up here, folks. We want to take as much runway as we possibly can. The airplane is quite heavy, even for how heavy it is. It's saying that center IRS is in align mode still. Not exactly sure why. Hopefully that doesn't give us any problems when it comes to our departure. Well, hope everybody's excited for the 747 action here. I always love flying the 747. It's pretty fun. Now that we have a better quality version of the 747, and I will tell you, this thing still isn't perfect. Actually, I still think it's far from perfect. Yesterday, when I was in heading hold mode and had nav mode activated, or LNAV activated to get to intercept, it put us on that suicide turn again. You know, a 45-degree bank in a 747, and then the autopilot tries to correct it, and now you're going up and down and all this crazy shit. So what I've done is I've pretty much just kind of have learned to really fly the airplane manually, whether it be manually manipulating the autopilot up until you're at a safe point of where you can turn the airplane properly, and then always setting your bank limits to 10 degrees I feel really helps as well while the turn starts. And then once the turn is started, if you want to turn sharper, just adjust the bank angle limit, because if you don't, it's going to dip you to that 30-degree bank right off the rip, which is just irritating. Here's our left-hand turn, folks. We're holding short of the runway, as I mentioned, just to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row. Remember what I said about tapping the brakes for a 747 when it comes to making a turn? You don't dare turn this airplane any faster than 10 knots when you're making a sharperish turn. This isn't exactly the most sharp turn in the world, but still need to be careful. Same thing with high-speed turnoffs. You don't want to take any high-speed turnoffs too quickly in a 747. It's just a lot of weight and a lot of airplane. Alright, we're going to hold short right here. I'm at that point. This is multiplayer. Be able to see me, or are you behind me? Yes. Alright, taxis can come off. Strobes. We'll hold the strobes for now. Okay, let's go ahead and get in position, everybody. Toga Yoga, Geek, what's happening, friend? Okay, here we are all lined up. Let's go ahead and set our parking brake for a second. Let's get up over top here. Landing lights are on and good to go. Taxis are off. Strobes, we can get those on now. Everything else is looking good up here. We don't have any illuminations we need to worry about. This is still showing IRS Align Mode C, which means the center IRS is still going. Not sure why. Auto brakes, we'll set those to RTO. Flaps, 10. Alright, folks, enjoy the departure in the lovely Asobo 747-8. Sounds in the simulator are absolutely cranked, ladies and gentlemen, so enjoy the departure. We're going to release the parking brake. Go. We are going to hold our brakes. We're going to increase power to 50% and then go for toga. Enjoy, folks. Alright, releasing the brakes and toga. Rotates. Rotates. There she goes. Slow going rotate, but that's okay. And up she goes, folks. Lovely. We're going to get our gear up. Right into the soup, folks. We're going to keep manual control of the airplane right up into the clouds already. Climb power has already been entered in. We are going to lower the nose while still climbing the airplane. We are complete instrument flying right now here in the 747. No big deal, nothing that we can't handle. We keep our runway heading for now, all while still climbing the airplane and following our lovely flight director. We are getting bumped around like you wouldn't believe here. Dear old dad is here. Welcome, my friend. I know it's been ages. Absolute ages. Alright, airplane is still getting shifted around just a little bit. We're going to keep manual control here. Just follow the flight director, folks. It's all we need to do. And we will be perfectly fine. I just do not trust this autopilot in rough turbulence like this. So we're just going to keep manually controlling the airplane here. We're going to bring flaps up to 5 degrees already. Keep that nose pitching up. Okay, lovely. We're going to start our left-hand turn now. Not really much to see. What's that? Altitude alert. Oh, yes. So we just went above our altitude. Alright, no big deal. We can level off at 6,000 here. We can get LNAV and VNAV. Well, we'll get VNAV initiated for now. We're not going to worry about LNAV, just because I don't trust it. Not in the slightest. Even then, you see that? Look at that. That is just ridiculous that it's still... That's still the result that we're getting. Alright, but it's better than it was. So we'll just go ahead and ask us to go into heading hold mode. Flaps will come to 1. Even with the update, still don't trust it? That's what I was just saying. I do not trust this airplane in the slightest. Go ahead and select altitude hold as well. We're at 247 knots. We're going to go flaps clean now. heading hold. Set up our next spot here. Select. Janet, what's happening? Welcome. Lovely 747 action here. In the soup, as they would call it. Captain Sim 747. I hope that doesn't exist. Alright, let's go ahead and get our cruising altitude at 340 set here. Get out of the clouds. We're not really getting bumped around too much, luckily. We will vertical speed it for now. Get a nice climb started here. Up we go. Just pretend like we hit flight level change. Just because I'm not using it. I'm not going to use flight level change. I tried it yesterday, and while it worked, it just didn't seem to work very nicely. And then I've just been adjusting the climb just like this, and that's about it. Holding out for the PMDG 7.4, so am I, dear old dad, so am I. Oh, look at that pretty rainbow we just had right there. Wow. How nice. That deserves a screenshot. It's a double rainbow, too. Double rainbow. Isn't that special? Alright. So we are getting to the point in the flight now that we've kind of turned and following our course more. Darn, I should have taken the runway 18, yeah. The 787 works fine with the update. I think that got more attention with the... I know what you mean. Third-party team that made mod for the Cessna Citations. Well, that's cool. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. Dorothy wishes the tornado wouldn't have taken her family and her home. Okay, now that we're done singing, let's just allow the airplane to kind of do its thing now. Like I said, when we intersect our course here, we can initiate LNAV and VNAV. I'll be more comfortable with that at the time. We can increase our climb rate here now too. Well, no, we can't. We are going to decrease our climb speed, and right about now we're going to initiate LNAV, or VNAV rather, not LNAV. Actually, no, we can do both. Look, we're doing good now. So now everything is going perfect. You really have to be careful when you initiate LNAV and VNAV in the airplane, because if you do it too soon, you're just going to put yourself in a boatload of trouble. You're better off just allowing the airplane to do its own thing, or flying the airplane yourself after departure and getting yourself all on a good intercept track, just like you would in real life. But this airplane's very temperamental. So we're going to lower the sim volume down just a little bit for everybody. That should do fine right there. And let's hop on over. Oops, not that view. Let's get this view going for us as we fly out over Germany. The simulator looks incredible. Should be protocol to sing while talking to ATC. Yeah. Frankfurt ground, this is Lufthansa 430. Requesting taxi to the active. Please and thank you. Okay, you see, this is this autopilot there. You know what I mean? That's that autopilot. See, it's a little bit better, but make sure you keep that bank angle limited to 10 degrees, or she will put you in a situation of which you don't want to. Flight level 270 clouds, we sure do. It's going to be a little bit of a cloudy adventure. Took a peek. You have to pay extra for that? Yeah, you certainly do. Tipping is requested for the singing ATC, air traffic controller. Do it in the style of like bebop. Beat up, bop. Requesting taxi. Yep, to the runway. Yep, this is Southwest 1, 2, 3. Up, you're cleared to the runway. Yep, you're gonna go down. Yep, and turn right at Charlie. Cross runway 24 left, and then the bang left onto Bravo. Yes, hold short. See, now that would be more entertaining. Skibbeed up, bop, boo-doo, boo-doo-dee, bop, ba-da-da-doo, bop, ba-doo, ba-doo, bop. Okay, that's enough of that. Alright, doing well on our departure still, folks. Let's go outside. Oh, we can get our landing lights off. We don't need those anymore. Oops. Here we go. Landing lights are off. What a nice airplane. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and throw some music on, folks. You know the drill. Nice picture of iCraft in the Discord. I just took a look at your A319. What a lovely example. Oops. Lovely example. And very nice, very, very nice screenshots we always have in the media section of our Discord that I should probably pay attention more often to than I do. I'm awful with Discord. I'll be the first person to tell you that. Graphics looking top notch. Oh yeah. This is all on Ultra too, friends. Oh, I never explained to anybody. I'm playing 2 games at once, and my other games' graphics are at low. Yeah, I would never dare run 2 games at once for me. Not while streaming. My computer could do it if I wasn't streaming, but I just really don't trust it otherwise. But yes, $50 charge for Michael singing Over the Rainbow. Hey, if anybody puts a dono on screen, I'll sing that song in its entirety. Don't think I won't. $10 in donos, I will do it in its entirety. That's a challenge. But anyways, I never told you guys about the saga with my PC recently. So quite a while ago, my cooler died, actually. I charged $10 to sing and $50 to stop singing. There you go, Dad. You got it. Dear old Dad. You got it, DOD. That's the way you do it. The key is to sing horribly and then ask people for money to make you stop. Yeah, but the all-in-one cooler on my PC died. Well, it didn't die. It was just making a god-awful racket. And then the manufacturer sent me a replacement, but they sent me the wrong cooler, so my computer was ripped apart for a couple of days while I got all that sorted. So that was fun. A little bit annoying, but fun nonetheless. So yeah. And then also we're running at 1080p. Don't tempt me. We're also running at 1080p and not 4K, which is helping out our frames a lot. But terrain vector data is at ultra. Terrain level of detail is at 250. Object level of detail is all the way up at 200. Volumetric clouds are at ultra. Trees are at high. Water waves and all that are at ultra. Pretty much everything's at ultra. Cube Mac reflections all the way up. Ray March reflections all the way up. We are stacked. Oops, standard mode, yeah. I've been up since 2:30. Holy moly, some other guy streamed Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's what I did to wait for you. Well, thank you, Minecraft. I appreciate that. I appreciate my loyal fan base, per usual. A little bit of choppy frames here as we are getting up in altitude. There's a lot loading. I'm sure the frame rate will even out here in a moment. There it goes. Back to 30 frames. Kilo. Did I see the meme? I thought I looked. Did you send it to me personally, or did you send it in the media? If you sent it to me personally, which it looks like you did. That's 1,500. You son of a gun. I've seen them. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, man. Okay. Choppy when we're switching views, but there's a lot of data for it to load. Once the view is done switching, we're back up to like 35 frames. We're at 25, 27, 26. And still looking smooth, I mean, all things aside. Ooh, autopilot, easy. Easy. Having no problems reaching our cruising altitude today. Well, happy Sunday, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me and jumping in the lovely Lufthansa Asobo 747-8i. Always a lot of fun flying this airplane, as temperamental as it can be. But like dear old dad just stated a few moments ago, you know, you don't really trust this airplane all the way, even since the update. And it's a lot better. You know, we're already having a lot more success. Luckily, I tested it out last night and didn't just jump into it on stream without doing so. That way I could just make sure that the autopilot wasn't gonna kill us. And it sure almost tried to last night, so I got a minus 310 in the airplane last night. But I was flying in the States, just did a quick little Boston to JFK flight. How to make money. Microsoft Flight Simulator 24 drama movie. We can do that. We can record our own film. I think that's within our means, ain't it? Burner, what's happening, friend? Long time no see. Welcome. And long time no see for me, I mean. How was the KBNA landing? Hopefully you buttered the landing into my home airport. It was rough. Very windy. Very crazy. We touched down kinda hard. The winds were gusting pretty harshly. I think we got like a -2 and change. Pretty firm on the second one. But go back and watch the replays, and you'll see what we were dealing with on the landing. That was good. And then the landing into... Where did we go first before Nashville? We went to Washington. The landing into Washington was great. That was a -130. This is the exact airplane I flew. Yeah, this is actually the exact airplane that they used for that. Tail number and all. But, yeah, given the wind yesterday, I'd say we did okay. There we are, folks, cruising at 34,000 feet. We have made it, folks, cruising at Mach 8.3, nice and quick for our viewing pleasures. Can't complain, I have seen worse landings at Nashville. Yeah, I've flown into Nashville in real life myself. I don't remember. That was like back in 2017. I went with my former girlfriend's family to Florida, and we went ahead and booked this absolutely ridiculous travel to get to Orlando, where we stopped in Chicago, and then we stopped in Tennessee right after. 2 layovers to get to Florida. Ridiculous. By way of Boston, too. We left out of Boston, went to Chicago, then stopped in Nashville, and then finally got to Orlando. Left Boston at like 5 in the morning, mind you, and by the time we got to Orlando, it was like 2:30. I was like, what? Who booked this, and why? I mean, I'm an aviation lover as much as the next guy, but just a lot of airports. You know what I mean? Running in between terminals, hoping your airplane was going to be on time to catch the next one. Pain in the ass. Need a better travel agent, I know, right? That was one of those situations where they were like, give me the money, it's $300 some odd round trip, whatever it was, and we'll book your tickets for you. So I was kind of like, okay, sure. You know, but if it were me, I wouldn't have exactly booked those travel accommodations for sure. DOD, agency, and partners. Sounds like that would be appropriate. Alright, let's go ahead and get some, we don't have a nose view set up for the airplane, so we can go ahead and get that set up just like this. Go, Control-Alt-8 for that. Wonderful. They get you with the round trip? Yeah, they sure do. The trip back was easy, though. That was right to Boston. That was direct. The flight home. Oh, but you see how violent the airplane's autopilot corrects itself? It's just, once the airplane is going, and once the turn is initiated, and it's in the turn, it's fine. But when it comes to getting back to wings level, it's just... And in an airplane this big, it just, I know it wouldn't act like that, which is just mind-boggling to me how the autopilot still acts this way. It shouldn't. We shouldn't be having these problems, but oh well. That's what it is, right? Take a look at our flight progress here. looks like we got about still 340 nautical miles to go and about 145 nautical miles until the top of our descent. So not too much longer, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta use the lavatory, alright. Stink it up for us. Crap! I accidentally deleted the view, the wrong view on accident. Son of a biscuit. Son of a bee sting. There we go. Detailed? I know it is. What is this music? Whatever it is, I don't like it. The Pikachu nonsense. There we go. Greatly detailed? Hell yeah. I only had hash browns and chili ghost peppers, so this shouldn't be too terrible. Yeah, I think it'll be good. If you pre-gamed with Pepto, you should be fine. Marinate your hot wings in Pepto. Cheers, folks. Still going with the coffee. One thing I will say, the airplane behaves a lot better at cruise. If you guys can remember the last time we tried to fly the 747, the auto throttle was like, we couldn't keep us a speed to save our lives. Hopefully now it's running quite nicely here at 34,000 feet. Not too much longer to go by way of the flight. So we got about 28 minutes to go. Oops. Just got a notification that says I averaged 15 hours per day of screen time on my phone last week. That means I just got mine too, probably. I got it a little while ago, I think. Oh, I went down. 14% screen time last week. That's cool. Yes, 340 seems to be the best altitude here. Remember, folks, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends about the stream, tell your pets, and tell them to tell their friends too. Because we need to get some more people in here. We need 20 likes, folks. We are shooting for 20 likes again on this stream. We are currently sitting at 12. Let's get us there, folks. We can get there. 759 on the subscribers. We lost one. Probably a dummy subscriber from yesterday, but that's okay. We'll get back on the algorithm. I'm going to be planning some more streams for Tuesday evening, Eastern Time, 5 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, and then I believe I'm going to stream on Thursday afternoon as well. And then we will also throw some streams up for next weekend also. So I'll be putting up some polls over the next couple of hours after the stream about what airplanes we should fly going on the next couple of days. I'll put a poll up in the Discord as well as in on YouTube in the community section. Dear old dad, you still in the works here? You still lurking? I didn't know you were streaming today, Janos. I just found you on my homepage. Nice, good. Nice to know that YouTube is doing its thing. Yeah, I set the stream up yesterday. I won't blame you if you're flying, but if you're scrolling anywhere, I don't know, man. Hey, dear old dad is here. We gotta try that shared cockpit thing again, dear old dad. I enjoyed that. We gotta give that another go. Maybe we can get something going with that. I would love to do that. I can get notified? Notified of what? I'm gonna go back here. Share cockpit with Michael and dear old dad and dear old dog. Yes, it's just our schedules are so wonky. I know they are. Especially being an aircraft mechanic, yours is much more crazy than mine. By crazy in the way of, like, you work incredibly long hours that are all over the place. So hats off to you, sir. Keeping our airplanes safe for us. So give dear old dad a round of applause in the chat. Atomic, what's happening, my friend? Welcome to the stream. My schedule at work is YouTube streams and more YouTube streams. I have a problem. Crossing North Sea, 1 second. Gotta use the loo. All right, man. Enjoy the loo. You're just a little bit ahead of us there, not too much farther ahead. Simbila, what's happening, my friend? He says, quick stop it on the road, but been good to see you flying. Yes, thank you, my friend. It's been a little while. I've been on the road myself a lot with work lately, so haven't had the time to fly near as much on stream as I would have liked to, but you know what? We're back now, and that's all that matters. Well, thank you for stopping in, my friend. Hopefully everything is going well with you as well, sir. Going back in tomorrow? Oh, man. 3 days of double shifts? Ugh. Any engine changes? Subscribe for nothing but good streams? Yes. Thank you, Janet. Appreciate that. Always try to bring the best quality content and streams that I possibly can with my wackiness. So thank you for sticking through and with me. Look at that, 15 likes now, ladies and germs. Are almost at 20. 20 is what we are shooting for. We are nearly there. Our next goal for subscribers as well, folks, is going to be 1,000. 1,000 subscribers. Won't know till I go in. Hopefully not. Ugh. Yes, engine changes do not sound fun. Or do you call them swaps, changes? Is there a technical term for it? Your Air Rhino? Oh, nice. Welcome, friend. New username you got there, Rhino. Alright, Rycraft, thank you for coming back. Nice to see you. Let's hop back inside the flight deck here and just take a look for when we are expected to descend. 60 nautical miles, which means we're going to come over here and get our altitude. Oops. Get our altitude reset. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a look at our charts here and just see what we need to be at, which for us is looking like it's going to be 7,000 feet by the end of our approach. So we'll just select 7,000 here. Ooh, my, what in the world? Okay. So we'll set it to 7,000. Hopefully the autopilot will kind of do its thing and start descending on its own with VNav engaged here. We're going to keep an eye on it, though, and just make sure it's not going to put us in a suicide dive. Do we descend at waypoint Logan? Looks like our top of descent is going to be just before Logan. We took a look at our ND. It's just before, right on top of Logan, pretty much. But yes. According to our charts, though, at Logan we need to be at 250. And flight level 300 at Barmy, so weird. It looks like we're coming in from the other direction. Let me zoom in a little bit. Ebinos, Xanon, yeah, we are coming in from the other way. So we need to be at 25,000 feet by the time we reach Logan, which is up here, which is going to be a pretty steep dive. It's about 20, 40, 60. It's about a 20-mile stretch to get down to 350, so it might be a little bit of a dramatic descent in the beginning. But we'll keep an eye on it and just make sure that the airplane's not going to put us in any tricky situations. We'll hold off in the lavatory. Rycraft blew it up. God! No toilet paper in there either. We've got to use banana leaves to wipe. That's disgusting with the bathroom talk. Well, hopefully everyone's enjoying the 747. Get one last look at her outside before we start descending here. There you go. Over the North Sea now, folks. Right over the North Sea, indeed. Very familiar with the North Sea from my U-Boat and Silent Hunter playthroughs. No VRL nav on Airbus, gotta figure it out manually. You should have V and L nav, it should do it on its own. If you push in on the autopilot controls for heading and altitude, it should follow everything you have set up in the McDo. Depending on the version you're using, I'm not sure if that's the same in regards to the default. Use coffee filters. Hope no one is reading and eating chat, and reading and eating chat, but eating while we're reading chat is what we should have said, but yes, I agree. Airplane's still doing wonderfully here, can't ask for anything better. The top of descent is in about 28 nautical miles, so we are getting it nice and close. Like I said, just really hoping that we're not going to be thrown. A319, so maybe not. I would use FlyByWire. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right, using an A319, so maybe it's a little weird. I've never flown. Is that the LVFR, Latin VFR? A319? I think there might be fly-by-wire support for that. But, I'm hoping that Aerosoft brings their entire A320 series to MSFS, because that would be wonderful. We'll fly the baby bus all the time. We'll fly the 19. It'll be fun. The baby bus, as it would be. What gloomy weather here in my home state, guys. Gray and gross. What an awful summer. Awful summer. One of the worst ones on record, as far as my short time on this earth goes. You calculate flight level minus 1,000 times 5 equals descent time. There you go. Awesome stream. Got busy yesterday and couldn't make it. I was sad all day because I missed it. Aw, geek no worries, my friend. Completely understand. In my F-22, I'm going to intercept you. Sounds fun. Just don't crash into us. Yes, the Latin VFR has fly-by-wire mod that I have A321neo because I missed a flight in A321. Well, nice. Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, here comes top of descent. Hopefully, this isn't gonna screw us here. Because that's a harsh angle to get down to 250. I don't know if I exactly trust that. You should definitely do an airport flight vlog in real life. Yeah, you know, it's just pricey for that kind of stuff, you know? Especially here in the United States, man. Our economy is awful. Gas is up to over $4 a gallon pretty much over here in my neck of the woods. Again. Which means aviation fuel is increasing in price. And believe me, I looked at a couple of different trips possibly wanted to take, and I'm just not paying that much for airfare. I just refuse to do so. Alright, there we go. We are descending on our own now. The airplane's going down to auto. Let's auto throttle's idling. Descent has started. Let's see if it puts us in a suicide dive. I don't really want to go any less than about 2,500 feet per minute. Okay. It's not too bad. 2,500. That's looking good. Okay. Hopefully it keeps us nice here. Good airplane. Good airplane. Okay, look at that. So the descent in VNAV started on its own, which is great. We're going to go ahead and lower the music now. We'll go ahead and pause this. So that's wonderful, folks. So really good news. So the airplane followed the descent on its own. Absolutely wonderful. Maybe when you get an opportunity with family or something. Yeah, for sure. I would definitely love to do that. Trust me, I've looked many times at just like, what's the cheapest flight leaving my local airport in like 2 days? And where does it go? You know what I mean? Let's see if we can just find a really cheap seat and just get in an airplane and go somewhere. Even if it means getting lunch in some random city that I've never been to before. You know, like 2,500 feet per minute is what the airplane's doing now, which is wonderful. But yeah, like even like to just a random city I've never been to, or just going to some random city just for lunch. You know what I mean? Just for fun. Just to get in an airplane and to have an opportunity. You know, I'd like to fly on a 747 before there's no longer any of them left, but, you know, opportunities to fly on a 747 around my neck of the woods are pretty slim. So maybe one day, you never know. Go ahead and get the sim volume turned back up for everybody here as we descend. Let's keep an eye on the flight deck up here. Looking good. The airplane's descending perfectly how we want it to. Right in line with our speed. We are going a little bit fast still, but we'll keep a monitor on it. 317 on the descent speed. Made it to Logan. Very nice. Newark, they have 747s. Yeah, definitely. They do fly out of Boston as well, which is a lot closer to me than Newark. So that's probably where I would go. A380s fly out of Boston as well. Vanderbilt beat Hawaiian football. I saw the Hawaiian A330 come into Nashville. Cool, man. You'll be looking for a bit. Gotta hit the treadmill. Alright, DOD. Wish us luck for our arrival into Heathrow in this lovely 747-8. Well, as we are descending towards our destination, folks, let's go ahead and do some preliminary checks with our navigation, and especially with our nav radios. Let's just make sure that everything is looking good on the ILS. We have 109.5 for the runway. Heathrow's busy on multiplayer, I can only imagine. Let's see, according to our charts here, looks like the ILS that we're going to be taking for 27 left is 109.5, which we have here. Lovely. The course is 269. We have 270 here, but close enough. So that's looking good. Ooh, what's the airplane doing? Yep, there's a suicide dive. See? That's what it does. My goodness. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and take over manual control of our descent, because we can't be taking dives like that. We cannot. So we're just going to go ahead and manage our own speed and descent. We'll bring us down to 320 knots as well. Just because, you see, that's exactly what the airplane still does. It didn't do it the first time around, but it did it that time, so I'm still not going to really trust it that much. At LAM, we are going to make a solid left-hand turn to probably about 110 degrees, give or take, once we get to LAM. So we still have some time to go. As far as when we get to LAM, we need to be at 220 knots and 7,000 feet, which we are right on track for making. So we'll just decrease the descent rate just a little bit more, and maybe bring back the speed just a tad bit as well. But in order to get the speed really dialed back as best as we can, we may have to open up our speed brakes just a tad bit. There we go. Help the airplane slow down for us. You get what you pay for? Yeah. Run some miles, oh yeah. We got to get our minimums all set up as well, which for 27 left, the minimums are looking like 277 feet. Go ahead and get that set. Oops, whoa. 277. There we go, 277 is all set. Lovely. Right, we can go ahead and relieve our speed brake. We just came out of 18,000 feet. Let's transition altitude, get that reset for us. We are still doing nicely. We need to be at, what was our speed by the time we get to LAM? You'll be off stream for a bit. Gotta run some errands. All right, Janet, enjoy. Thank you for being here as always. We have to slow down to 250 by the time we hit Weasel. So let's go ahead and start that slowdown process for us. 250, and let's bring our nose attitude up a little bit to help slow the airplane down naturally, as well as open up our speed brakes just a tad. Beginning to think Ryanair made this aircraft since it took a dive. I know, right? But that's just still what this airplane does, and it just drives me nuts. Drives me absolutely nuts. Doing great on our speed, and our descent rate 7,000 by land. We are right on track for that at about 1,800 feet per minute at the moment. And we'll go ahead and keep lowering our descent rate as we get closer to help the airplane slow down. Because this big beastie needs all the room that she can get. Sun through my window is so bright. Yeah, the sun behind me. Luckily, it's gray outside because it'll be rainy, unless you're talking about the airplane window. Little bumpy here as we get on in. Let's take a look at the weather for Heathrow. We never officially took a look at it. Weather for Heathrow 17 minutes ago. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Scattered clouds at 3,200, scattered at 42, broken at 49. Ceiling is 4,900 feet AGL. Temperature 64 Fahrenheit, humidity 64, altimeter 29085. Wind 280 at 10. Okay, that's not terrible. Should have no problem with that. And we need to be at 220 by the time we reach the LAM, so let's keep decelerating. Go ahead and get our landing lights all set up and ready to go. We'll get our taxis on as well. When should flaps 1 and 2 be deployed? I would say when you're turning downwind for flaps 1. I'm going to be about 200 knots. Flaps 1 is generally what I go for. If you are in a Airbus. Into the soup. Might be a little bumpy as we get through these clouds here. Still have our speed brakes deployed. We just opened them again a few seconds ago to help us slow down to 220. Seatbelt sign just came on automatically. We're going below 10,000 feet. We already have our landing lights armed, so there's no need to worry about that. Your performance information in the McDo of an Airbus should tell you your reference speeds for flaps and such. Alright, lovely. We are in icing range, but I thought our anti-ice was set to auto. Apparently not our engines, though. Oops. So we'll go ahead and get our engine anti-ice set to auto. We never did that. Oh well. Alright, we're for sure going to go and ask for flaps 1, seeming as we are flying pretty slowly at this point. And we're going to ask for 210 on the speed. We need to keep going down to 2,500 by the time we reach our first waypoint of our approach. And of course we are going to set a rather nice intercept point right here. We don't want to go in at it too sharply. Hey, I see London City. Nice. Yep, there's a city coming into view for us right now. We look out here to the right. There's London. Right out there. Excuse me. But let's go ahead and get the airplane turning to 224. Go ahead and slow down to 200 knots as well. Hit flaps 5. Lovely. Everything's looking nice. Zoom in just a little bit more. Said we don't want to come in at too harsh of an angle, so maybe we'll make another sharper turn here. To 200 degrees. Lower our descent rate for us. Go ahead and get the simulator volume cranked. Go. Alright, nearly there, folks, for the arrival. Wish us luck. I'm going to get to a little bit slower as well, to about 190. Start another turn. There we go. That way we can get nice and shallow. London looking beautiful, per usual. Another right-hand turn. And don't worry, folks, we'll get better views of London as we arrive for the replay. Alright. I do believe we can throw approach mode on now, hopefully. Localizer. I'm going to go ahead and throw flaps 10. Lower our speed down to 180. Replay behaves and works, I know, right? Yesterday it kind of gave us a little bit of a issue. Not really too bad, it just was really stuttery at one point, but we'll go ahead and start the recording now, so we don't forget. Localizer mode is selected. Downward right now, final should be in 4 minutes. Nice. I cheated. Should be getting capture on the localizer any second here. Hopefully, like I said, it doesn't put us in any suicidal turns or anything like that. We're about to turn onto a 10-mile final. Let's go ahead and slow the airplane down to 170. Go flaps 20. There we go, there's localizer. Approach mode is on. There's our runway. We can see it right off in front of us here. Alright, ladies and germs. Everything's looking good. Let's get our VREF here. Flaps 30 and 153. Get down to 160, we'll drop the gear at about 5 miles. Alright guys, let's go. 747 landing time. Seven and a half miles, we'll drop the gear. Am I auto landing? No. No. Alright. Let's drop the gear. Oops. And lower our speed to VREF. Go ahead and drop some more flap. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Alright, we are right at VREF, everybody. Thousand feet will go my control. Take her over from there. Don't end the stream? I'm not. Nope, not ending the stream. We have one more leg to go after this. We're going back to Frankfurt in the 7-4. Seems to be doing okay on the approach right now. We're a little low. That's fine. Auto brakes, we never set those. Whoops. Spoilers. Spoilers, get those armed. Maybe. There we go. Alright folks, here we go. We're coming up on 1,000 feet. Enjoy. nose pitch down there. Let's get back on track, please. Exactly center, but that's okay. Wow, we're gonna slam. Oh, we had no power there. Wow. We had no control on our pitch. At the end, that's okay. Awesome landing butter? No, not at all. We need an inspection. I had my yoke all the way back. Interesting. And trim was at over 10 degrees pitch, or trim rather. 10.7% on the trim. Huh. Interesting. Well, not sure exactly what we did wrong there, but we're down, folks. Smoothing the lavatory? There you go. Yeah. So, I don't quite understand the airplane, really. Why we are still having the same issues that we've been having with the whole, the pitch. But alright, we'll take it. I suppose. My spine, I know, right? We were full back as far as we could get pitch attitude on that. We had the yoke pulled all the way back, and that was the result. Well, we'll stop the airplane here. And we can watch. I thought everything was going nicely up until the very end, but yeah, look at our stab trim. All the way back. We had the yoke pulled all the way back. And we didn't pull up, we didn't flare. So, not surprising for this airplane, folks. Like I said, it is the Asobo 747 after all, so we can't ask too much. Start the replay. It looked like it was going okay. Maybe the approach into Frankfurt will treat us a little bit better, but we had no control over that flare. Absolutely no control. And because this is an Asobo airplane, it doesn't work with the replay tool, so none of the control surfaces work. We all know that. Because, of course, Asobo still hasn't figured that out. The only control surface that works is this flaperon right here. Or aileron, whatever you want to call it. And now none of our scenery is loading. There it goes, I'm starting to load now. Man, that looked like it was going to be okay, but we had no control over the pitch right at the last second. As soon as we cut the power, there was no flaring. It flies like a wet sponge. A little bit of wind there at the end. Can I play War Thunder at some point? It doesn't really seem to be my thing, my friend. But yeah, a little bit of wind here. We seem to be doing okay. We should have gone around. But, yep, and right about here is where we cut the power. And everything was looking okay. Power is cut, and then no flare. Bam! Yes, sir. Not sure what we did wrong for the flare, but, you know. sure. Because we don't have any control surface movement, it's not like we can go in the flight deck and look at what I'm doing with the yoke. Oh no, we are! Look at this! So our trim is all the way pretty much maxed out, almost. And then look at this. Look at the control surfaces on the landing here. The yoke. See? I'm not putting that much back pressure on it to keep us in check. And then right at the end, look what happens here. Cut the power, and then look. Look at the control surfaces. All the way back. I was pulling back on that yoke. Not sure what happened there, man. We were right at VREF. Getting bumped around a little bit by the wind. We were pretty lined up with the runway here. Doing okay. Right at VREF. How much do you want to bet when we cut the power? Look at the speed. There goes the power. No, the speed's right there, man. I don't understand. I don't understand it. We were right on the touchdown speed. The power was cut perfectly. We were right there. Everything was perfect. Touchdown speed was 153. We're at 146. But, yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, we'll get one more view here from this angle. So maybe we need to come in a little faster. Maybe I shouldn't trust the numbers that the FMC's giving us. It almost seems like that was the problem. Because we were doing great up until this point. Doing absolutely wonderful. The angle of attack is great. Cut the power, and then it just drops out of the sky like a rock, per usual. So I don't think we're gonna cut the power until we get on the runway. So weird. Not gonna question it. We're also not getting any reverser input on the landing either. Anyways, folks, that's gonna do it for the first leg. Now, no worries. We're gonna get back in the airplane, go back to Frankfurt in the same airplane, and see what we get here. Now we get the touchdown minus 553. Alright, guys, you know the drill. We're gonna be right back, and we're gonna get the simulator reloaded, so please stay patient. If you love that absolute backbreaker of a landing in this improved 747, then be right back with me and stick around as we go back to Frankfurt, everybody. Alright, give me probably 5 to 10 minutes. Simulator seems to reload at any different speed whenever I reload it, so yeah, give me a few moments, everybody. I'll be right back with you. Okay, folks, welcome back. Let's try this again here. Alright, all turned around and ready to go here in Heathrow, everybody. You're at Heathrow. A Sobo 747-800 in front of us again. Hopefully this next one goes just as good as the last. Had no pitch control after we cut the power in the airplane, which makes me think that we were approaching too slow. So we're going to have to figure out something else here. Maybe try to bring in the airplane a couple of knots faster than it's suggesting on the arrival next time, because we were right at VREF, maybe a few knots under touchdown speed. And yeah, the airplane just decided it was going to drop out of the sky. So let's try to get this again, and hopefully we'll have better luck with it. Airplane's all loaded up and ready to go already. The only thing we need to do is get inside and populate our flight plan, calculate our performance data, all that good stuff. Wow, no, it is not pinned, but we'll go ahead and do that. Landing speed +5 is usually what you'd have in a Boeing aircraft. Yeah, well, I didn't know that, so we're going to try that again. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pin the second leg in the chat. Good call out on that. Let's put it in there. Hold on. Go ahead and unpin that one. Go. Alright, there we go. That's leg 2, everybody, and I will pin that as well. AM. Alright, leg 2 is pinned. Everybody go ahead and follow along, if you please. Next route is, or next leg of our journey is taking us on Lufthansa Flight 921 back to Heathrow, folks. So let's go ahead and jump inside the flight deck here and kind of get everything ready to go for us for our departure. Heading on down here to the lovely FMC. Let's get everything going again. We're going to go Echo Golf Lima Lima for Heathrow. And from there, we are heading back to Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot for Frankfurt. Departing runway, probably 27 left. Yep, or 27 right. Okay. 27 right. Wonderful. Big runway for us here. Again, we are flight Lufthansa 921. Go ahead and get that entered in. Looking good. We'll take our departure now. Are we taking Compton? Nope, we're not doing Compton. Okay, we're doing the DET to Foxtrot departure. Looking good. Come back over here to our routes. That should take us direct to DET, which it did. Lovely. We're going to hop on the Lima 6 airway from there, which is going to take us directly to DVR. Delta Victor Romeo. From there, we're going to be heading on the Uniform Lima 9 airway. Lovely. From there, we are heading to Conan, the Barbarian. Okay. Directly to Conan. From Conan, we are heading to, on an airway, the Uniform Lima 607. Uniform Lima 607. From there, we are heading to, I'm not going to say this, but Kilo, Oscar Kilo. Go ahead and pronounce that however you please. From there, we are heading to Remba, Romeo, Echo, Mike, Bravo Alpha. From there, we are heading on the Uniform Lima 607. Wow, this is quite a lot of waypoints to enter in for the return trip. From there, we are heading to Spy, Sierra Papa, India. Pronounce it like Coke? I guess we could. From there, we are heading on the Tango 180 airway directly to Unoko, which is probably going to be our transition for our arrival. Tango 180. And then right over to Unoko, Uniform November, Oscar Kilo Oscar. Lovely. Get our arrival all set. We are taking runway 7 right, so we'll just take the regular ILS for 7 right there. Where's the Unoko? I'm going to be all the way here at the end. It's the Unoko 4D, I believe. Yep, which is looking good. And then as far as the transition goes, we'll just go ahead and take... you know what, we're not going to select any transition. We're just going to keep this as is. Come over here to our legs. Let's take a look at this already. 3 likes to 20. Come on, chat. Nice, everybody. Come on, a couple more likes. We can get there, right? All right. Back out now. Let's go ahead and step through everything here. As far as the legs is concerned, swap this over to plan. Let's start stepping through these. Everything's looking swell on that departure. Alright, and there we are going right on in for the vectors from there. And that should get us right into our approach. Lovely. We have a discontinuity there? We sure do. We need to get rid of that. So that means put that there. Okay, step, step, step. Looking good. Okay. I'm confident in that. We can activate that as well as execute it. Good to go. Get this back to map. I'm going to come down here and get the rest of the performance calculated for us. 0 fuel weight on this time around. It's 570.4. Airplane's going to be a lot lighter. So let's see exactly what we're going to get here. Show this guy some love so he doesn't need to strip at night. Yeah, you know that's still going to happen anyway, man. I can't hide my devilish side. You know that. Looks like our reserve fuel for this leg is going to be 9.2. There we go. Cruising altitude this time around is going to be 37,000 feet. There we go. Getting on up there today, folks. 162 on the cost index, which is phenomenal. Wonderful. Go ahead and hit execute, which means we're going to have a hefty amount of tailwind helping us out on this time around. We're going to go ahead and select 60 degrees for takeoff. Selected outside air temperature. Looking good. A climb 2 should be acceptable. The airplane's extremely light. We might even want to derate the takeoff, to be completely honest with you, because we are so light. Looking good. Flaps 10 per usual. CG. Whenever I try to populate this on its own, it says -1. Anybody in the chat that knows, obviously the cheater's way to enter in your CG is to click it and then click it again. However, whenever we get that, we get -1, and it won't let me enter it here. So if anybody knows what -1 translates to in regards to CG, let me know before we move any further. That way I can adjust accordingly. We love you, buddy. Thanks, Rycraft. Appreciate that. Love all you guys, too, my loyal followers. So if anybody knows what this -1 is, and how to kind of translate that into CG, that would be extremely helpful, because maybe that was part of the problem. Maybe our CG wasn't right. I don't know. So we're just not going to populate anything in there for now. Get our V-speeds all set up as well. Everything's looking good. Stab trim, we can adjust that also to maybe like right in the middle here to like 7.4, 7.5, -1, never seen that. I know, and I don't know how to calculate CG. Anybody else know how to calculate CG or where I can find my center of gravity in here? It's not in the weight and balance section here. Normally, you can find it in the FMC itself. I believe it gives us our cruise center of gravity, but it will not give us our... center of gravity for liftoff or takeoff. So when I come over here and I just say, well, maybe it's 12, like maybe it's -1 from cruise, so maybe it's 10. But when you populate 10, you get invalid entry. And when you populate 12, oh, it's allowing you to. So maybe the CG is 12. I really don't know. I couldn't tell you. But 7.9 is what it's recommending us here. If our cruise CG is going to be 11, that means that our takeoff CG can't be too much farther than that off. So 12, we'll go ahead and take it. We're not exactly flying Concorde here, so Everything should be alright there. Takeoff should be fine now. Everything's looking good. Takeoff speeds are still looking nice. Alright, so pretty much everything is all set to go from that standpoint, and we're going to be pretty much ready to push here. Set it to a positive non-decimal number, maybe. Yeah, that's why I just went ahead and selected 12. So, who knows? Everything seems to be looking good now, though. Let's go over here and get our fuel pumps all ready to go. Just get our override switches on, along with our number 4 pump switches. Nav lights are already on. Pressures are looking good here. Everything's looking great there. We are pretty much all set to go, with the exception of populating our autopilot information. We're going to keep 5,000 here as a takeoff or climb and maintain 5,000 after departure. Should be looking good for us. Our runway heading this time around, ladies and germs, is going to be for runway 27 right, if I remember properly. 27 right is 069 degrees. So go ahead and populate that to 069. Lovely. And then our V2 speed, 171. That's looking a lot better. There we go. Get that set to 171 for us. There we go, 171, perfect, that's looking good. Arm our auto throttles, arm our flight directors. Everything's looking fine there. TCAS will squawk 1200, just like we're a Cessna. TARA. Alright, I think we're pretty much good to go here, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to prepare for pushback and departure. Come over here to GSX, hopefully GSX will treat us nicely.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Thank you, bloody old chap. Oh, that was terrible. Wait for this guy to do his
Departure
thing.
checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Delicious water. So hopefully with the airplane being a little bit lighter this time around, we'll be okay. When I landed yesterday, we didn't quite have that problem with the airplane just not giving us any elevator control, which is leading me to believe that we just, as soon as we cut power, it just looks like VREF should have been our stall speed almost, because we were right at VREF. We were like 3 knots slower. VREF was 151. We were hanging out at like 149. Just when we were supposed to flare, and we cut power to our engines, and then after that, their speed dropped instantly, and we slammed into the runway. So hopefully we'll be able to keep that from happening again this time. And now this is all trial by error, folks. This is the second flight, the third flight now I've done in the newly revamped 747, and I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm not impressed. Still, unfortunately.
Release parking brakes, please.
It's just way too all over the place, you know. Release parking brakes. We're going to be all set to go. We'll start pushing. Same procedure as last time. We're going to get
all engines clear.
Engines 3 and 4 started first. Once we start moving, that is. Go ahead and get our beacon lights on as well, so people know that we are starting up. All right, there we go. Pushing back 3 and 4. Coming on. We have rotation. All right. Alright, sounds like we have two good starts of engines 3 and 4. Let's head back into the flight deck here and go ahead and get engines 1 and 2 fired up as well, starting with number 2 first. Wonderful. Engines 2 and 1. Probably be surprised in how many runways there are. Just to land on runway 7 right, I wouldn't doubt it.
Please set parking brakes.
Alright, sounds like we have a good start of engines 2 and 1 also. We're going to set our parking brakes for everybody. Check our engines, they are starting wonderfully. APU is still running, we no longer need that. Our bleeds are on for our engines as well. APU can come off. No longer a need to have it running. APU generator available lights have extinguished. So we are pretty much all set to go there. We get our taxi lights on. Beacons are looking fine. We'll get those to both on both upper and lower. Okay. I don't know why Microsoft Flight Simulator not hires some of the payware makers when there was making Microsoft Flight Simulator and have the base aircraft be made by them. They get to pay for their products a bit of advertising. Yeah, who knows. Night Rodan Racing, hello my friend, welcome to the stream, thank you for popping in. As we attempt to take this lovely 747 again out. We're going to go flaps to 10 degrees.
Left is clear, right is clear.
There we go. We're Nitro, oh boy, the return of Nitro, here we go. It's been months, I know, man. Work. My career outside of streaming is, rocket shipping to the moon. Just like Dogecoin was supposed to, but, you know, we all know what happened there. I have a lunch to go to later. Thank goodness you do streams early. Oh, yeah. Always like to get them done early on the weekends, just because, you know, I kind of feel like, you know, most of Europe being 5 hours ahead of me, that gives you guys a nice early afternoon stream on a Sunday to enjoy. That way you guys have kind of gotten your morning routines all done with your families and everything. Yes, I do remember you. If you are the same Nitro which I am remembering, yes, I do. Have a good trip. Alright, we are all set and ready to go, folks. We have a... Oh, there's a truck. There's the tow. I was going to say, we have a T-bar for the pushback, just randomly going on its own over there. Okay. Alright folks, let's go ahead and release the parking brake and get on our way. And there we are, rolling nicely without even have to apply any throttle. So we'll just take that and leave it as it is. Alright guys, let's go. Let's go. New account, nice. Alright, we are heading out to runway 27 right. We have 13,000 feet of runway, damn near close, 12,799 feet of runway to use. That is almost 3 miles, so if we can get this big airplane off the ground at that point, then we should probably not be anywhere near a flight deck ever again. We're going to turn right on to Bravo up here, and then eventually we'll turn left onto Hotel, and then right onto Alpha, follow it all the way down, and hold short of runway 27 right. Probably going to need a little bit of power going through this turn here. And I might, after stream, I might try Concorde again. You know, the last couple of times I've tried it, the airplane is just laughable still, but, you know. I did Concorde successfully a couple weeks ago, maybe like a week or so ago, and it was perfectly fine. It was perfectly fine on just some random flight I decided to do, and sat in Concorde one more time in the sim and got everything loaded, started barreling down runway 27 left at Heathrow, and then the same problem persists. We couldn't get the airplane off the ground. Just no matter what you do, the airplane just refuses to fly. So, you know, I'm kind of... It's just wild how I stay away from the streaming for a while, and stay away from certain airplanes for a while, reinstall them with all these new updates, and they're still just as shitty. So I honestly kind of feel like I'm playing Call of Duty sometimes. All these updates, all these things, and Microsoft is proud to announce this, Microsoft is proud to announce that. But everything is still broken, so, you know, it is what it is. We can take a left-hand turn onto Bravo up here. You're the one from South Africa? Yeah, I remember now. We flew Fly Sapphire for you, if I don't recall incorrectly. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take a left onto Lima 11 up here to turn onto Bravo. Big right-hand turn here. Departing for a short departure. Nice. Holding short 27 right. Wonderful. Fly a BA 737 from Heathrow to Charles de Gaulle. I could. Been needing to get some more British Airways action in. Got to be real careful taxiing this plane, folks. It's very large, and your back wheels can get onto the grass very easy, which we are trying to avoid. Hence why that turn was taken so slow and so gracefully. Just can't take any chances. Why do you not fly a Mahan Air A310 from Dubai to Tehran? I could do that as well. I can do many flights, my friend, many flights. The flights that I choose, though, are just kind of to my liking and just trying to branch out different things. The A310 is fun. I'm waiting for the A300, really, in a way. Waiting for the A300 for sure. Normally, in typical real-world fashion, folks, we would take a right-hand turn here and then a further left onto taxiway Bravo. And then eventually onto Lima 2, and then Alpha. And then Alpha 3, but we're going to ignore that. We're just going to taxi straight here. Because we're lazy, and it's a shortcut. No sense in doing all those extra turns when you can just taxi straight on Alpha. And we are going to line up and wait. Start tapping the brakes a little bit to prepare to slow down up here. To make this turn. Go 10 knots for the turn. Would I accept $10 to crash the plane? No. No offers or speaking of terrorism of any kind will be allowed in the chat, friends, and I'd be surprised of how many people ask me that. For money, would I crash an airplane? No, I would not. It's a game, not terrorism? No, that's promoting terrorism through simulation, my friend. I would never do that. Someone added the Twin Towers to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Very cool. Alright folks, all lined up here, runway 27 right. Let's go on up over top and get our landing lights on for us. Taxis can come off. Go ahead and get our strobes on. We are pretty much ready to go. Flaps set to 10. Stab trim is all set and ready to go. Alright folks, simulator volume is cranked, so everybody enjoy. Power levers going up to 50%. Release the brakes, and then we will press toga. Oops, we're forgetting something. RTO for rejected takeoff, just in case we lose an engine or something before V1. Okay, folks, let's go. Alright, so releasing the brakes and pressing toga. Power set. $100 knots. V1 rotate. And up she goes, everybody. Positive rate of climb, gear up. Wonderful. Lovely departure. The airplane's very light, so this is an absolute rocket ship of a takeoff. Climb power is put in. Start lowering the nose. There we go. Lovely. Alright, let's keep V2 in line here. A lovely takeoff, looking good, thank you. Alright. So we'll just follow right along V2 here, keep our speed a little bit less than we need it, kind of adjust our trim just a little bit for us to help us out. Start a left-hand turn. Alright, still doing good. Manually controlling the airplane here. Have a nice turn going. Alright, we are going to hold at 5,000 feet here, ladies and gentlemen, so let's push the airplane's nose down for us. Come flaps 5. Right, there goes 5,000 feet. Flaps 1. Nice sharp turn here in the big old 7-4. Watch the bank angle. Once we roll out of this turn, we will continue climbing. Yep, that's just an altitude alert letting us know we've gone over 5,000. Alright, let's go ahead and level the wings out here. Put heading hold on. Go ahead and get our altitude reset here. Still manually flying the airplane just because I do not trust the autopilot to help us out just yet. There is no trust built in the autopilot. That's why we are kind of manually flying for now. Can I set max bank angle? I can, it's right here. Set it to 10 degrees, so now if we go ahead and activate LNAV and VNAV and hit autopilot, yep, see there goes VNAV, nosing us down per usual before it then puts us back up. And up to 37,000 feet we go. Flight level change, please. Thank you. Nav. Wow. Holy shit. The autopilot is still very ugly in this airplane, I must say. And VNAV isn't working either. Surprise, surprise. VNAV is not working. It was working on the last flight. It's not working now. Flight level 370. Unless we have a constraint here, that could be the only thing I could think of. We gotta be above 5,000. So, unless we have a constraint, which is very well possible, which we do. We have constraint to 6,000, so that makes sense. So we actually went above our constraint altitude, but that's no big deal. The airplane is flying wonderfully now, so we'll hang out right up here at 7,000 for now until it's time to step up to our next altitude. There we go. Nice view of London from below. Can you simulate an emergency landing? Yeah, if an emergency ever comes up, sure. Has FlyByWire released the A380 yet? They have not. Not yet. Hopefully that'll come sooner or later. It was supposed to... Remember when everyone thought it was going to release at the end of 2022? Ooh, flaps are not all the way up. Whoops. Might be. Okay. November, January, yeah. Awesome takeoff and departure. Thanks, Geek. We're doing as best as we can with the 7-4 here. We all know how temperamental this beast just can be. So we still have a constraint of 6,000 feet here as we climb out of the area for another 20 miles or so. But whatever, we'll take it. It's still looking good here on the departure. Get out over here so everybody can see the beautiful scenery. Have I been to London? In real life, no, unfortunately. I'd like to visit Europe, though. That's in the plans eventually in my life. Oh god, I'm about to go head-to-head with Captain Canada here in a few minutes. So let's hope it's temperamental, just like me going on a diet. Same. Janet, welcome back. I will say, the airplane flies better. It actually flew the approach wonderfully on our arrival into Heathrow. It flew the approach perfect. You know, it kept us online with the ILS localizer. But unfortunately, it just seemed like maybe the perf data that the FMC gave us wasn't exactly faithful to what we should have had. So we're going to try it out again this time. Just came back from Europe. I went to Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland. Nice. Are we descending? Nope, Janet. We are climbing. We just have an altitude constraint of 7,000 feet right here. For now, once we passed waypoint DET, we should be step climbing right up to our cruising altitude. So not too much longer to go. We'll be able to see it here shortly. Does anyone know if this is really a thing? According to our departure charts, it really is. Just don't go minus 56. We're going to try. We'll see. The airplane's getting there. It's just really sad that a default airplane such as this, at this point, is coming up on 4 or just past 3 years of development. Is really kind of shitty. Dear old dad, hey, welcome. Is there a proper 777 in the game yet? No, there is not. There's still the Captain Scam 777. I do have the PMDG 777 for FSX, so I have been flying that on my laptop every now and again, just to get some proper practice. But yeah, dear old dad, I agree with you on this airplane earlier. Not sure if you've tried it yet, but it is still rough. There is still a lot of work to be done to this 7.4. A lot. It just is very, it's more than temperamental. It's just, it's not reliable. But this is probably the most successful stream with the 747 that we've had to date. Do you remember the FSX theme song? Oh yeah, who doesn't? That lovely, graceful music that starts as soon as you would pull it up. Yep. Everybody remembers that. Drilled into our brains. The altitude restrictions in UK is extremely long. Low altitude for a long time. Okay, perfect. I tried not long after the update. Dog, yeah, it's still... Ugh. Because the airspace is heavy in the UK, I figured. Why are you stuck at flight level 7,000? Well, it's not flight level 07, friend, remember. It would be 7,000 feet. And we are stuck at 7,000 feet just due to some constraints in the airspace. unlike the United States, we don't really have a whole lot of that. In the United States, we're kind of like, you know, like out of Providence here, there's no star, SIDS and stars for Providence. Well, no, there's approaches, but as far as your departures go, it's just direct. And usually it's direct fly runway heading, climb and maintain 10,000, and then you will get vectored from that. So you're cleared to 10,000 right after departure here in my hometown airport. But yeah, see, look what it's doing. You see that? Even with the bank angle limit selected, it's still, like, why did it turn so sharply for such a small turn? I have no idea, but who knows. So we should be out of our constrictions now, so we should be able to just climb right on up. So we have flight level change, and up we go. And VNAV is following right along with us. Look at this, look at this, look at this! Oh, lordy. 6,000 feet per minute, ready to initiate flight level change. Okay, well, at least we're climbing now. Wow, we are right, dear old dad. No rhyme or reason behind it. I know that we were a little bit fast. And that's probably what happened, is the auto throttle just firewalls the throttles almost instantly and just unrealistically zooms them forward, and then the VNAV has to compensate for the extra speed to keep you at your selected climb speed, which is 250, of course, at this point. I mean, I don't understand why it's still... I mean, I'm not a programmer, but if developers like PMDG, AnyBuilds have released a few different products now, and they don't really have as hard of a time, or why can a default airplane that's been out going on 4 years still suffer the same flaws as it's had? September 9th, you're going on a 25-mile kayaking trip. Nice. That sounds exciting. Alright, so we are heading on up here. Can I play the can I play the theme song as the background music? If I can find it. I have to be careful about what songs I play on stream, or else YouTube will get me in trouble. That did happen a couple of months back. Somebody went through and reported every single one of my streams for copyright infringement. That was fun. Because I used a license-free version of a song. All the music that I play is copyright-free, and you can use it freely. Go ahead and lower the volume just a little bit now. We will play some music once we get above transition altitude here of 18,000 feet. We're getting close to it, so not too much farther to go. Cruising at 37,000 feet for this leg, folks. Climb 2 as well, so it's a shallow climb for this leg. As far as the progress is concerned, we are about 361 nautical miles out from Frankfurt, so not that much long of a flight. We home Alabama, we live about home. Excuse me. What are you in shock about, dear old dad? Are you in shock about some troll reporting all my videos for copyright infringement? Then yes. There's one morning I woke up to like 70 copyright claims from YouTube, copyright violations. All dismissed, by the way. Every single one of them got released. But yeah, somebody went ahead and reported every single one of them. Ridiculous. Did you know someone cracked their skull on the concrete wall from being blasted? Not shocked to hear that. I mean, There goes transition altitude, folks. We'll put ourselves in standard mode, which means it is time for music. So we'll put ourselves back here behind the... Look at this. Look at this. Bank angle limit is set to 10 degrees. It was set to 10. Now we're going to put it to 15. But it's just... Ugh. They should add a UFO for Christmas. I think there is a UFO in the game, isn't there? I might be wrong, though. Yonoler, welcome back, my friend. He says, I don't know if you remember who I am. I was in your stream a few days before I had the theoretical examination of your private license 3 months ago, and you've passed. Well, congratulations, Yonoler. Really, really job well done. Congratulations. Hopefully everything is going well. Oops. Hopefully that means everything is going well with your training. For sure. Congratulations again. Congratulations. No worries, man. How many likes are we at so far, folks? We're getting close to 20. We are at 17, everybody. Only 3 more to go. Let's try to get this stream to up over 20 likes today. As we climb out. Oop, our landing lights are still on. Haha. There we go. Hopefully we have better luck on this approach, everybody. Hoping so. So close to 760. We were at 760 yesterday, but I'm assuming that there was a couple of bot accounts that subscribed to me yesterday during the day. So more than likely, that is why we dropped 1 subscriber, but no big deal. That is bound to happen. Getting closer and closer to 1,000, only 240 subscribers to go. And think about it this way, we gain 2 subscribers per stream, and we stream between 3 and 4 times per week. That'll put us at about 2 or 3 months away. So yes, if you want to grow the channel, everybody, go ahead and share it all over your social media. Share it to Reddit. Share it wherever you want. I will not be opposed to that, for sure. Especially if everybody enjoys me and my antics. And I also maybe want to start doing some streams in some old prop liners, like the DC-6. And I know nobody likes that kind of stuff because it's old and everything, but I love the DC-6s. I love the DC-3. I bought the Boeing Stratoliner, which is an absolute trash can of an airplane right now in the game, but it's getting better. Kilo says, hi, I am back for a second. Welcome back. Or Kilo is back. Didn't mean to assume your gender. $25,000 feet, heading up to flight level 370. 506 knots on the ground. Figured that was going to happen. We have a... Oops. Darn it. You can tell that we have a heck of a tailwind pushing us along here. Lovely. On our way up, we take a look here. We are about 315 nautical miles away from Frankfurt. can't wait for PMDG to release their 747. The only problem about that is the PMDG 747 is going to come in at quite a steep price. Quite the steep price indeed. I think it's about $140. At least that's what they charged for FSX. I don't have the PMDG 747 for FSX. I only have the 777, and that was expensive as well. So it'll be interesting to see how much money that they charge for it once it comes out. Kamar, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself? Just cruising along here in our 747. Don't care about the price? No, neither do I. If it's properly simulated, I don't mind paying for it. But if it's not properly simulated, I will not pay that much. Got some good news? Oh yeah? What's that? Hit us with it. We need some positivity. Sent a picture in the general for a question? Alright, let's see what we got here. Yes, yep, that is the exact approach I'm doing as well, into Frankfurt. A little weird, but kind of cool, right? Though we're still waiting for an EFB in the 7.3, I know, right? Start a channel, but I don't want to say the name as I don't want to self-promote. Yeah, perfectly acceptable, and thank you for respecting that, my friend. You got well over 150k? Nice. They will do like what they did to the 7.3 that will separate the model. I believe the 777 will get the treatment. I believe the 737-300 will be the last of the 777s, which I'm fine with. I like the 777-200 personally, because the PMDG products, because you like you said in the FSX version, you got the 200 LR as a base, and then you had to buy the expansion to get up to the 300 LR, which I'm fine with as long as it's worth it. You know what I mean? There we go, Captain Canada has started his stream. I just got the alert on my phone. A little devil. I'm always scared my simulator will crash running 2 games. I mean, I'm not streaming. Oh, so you also know Captain Canada? Of course, I've been a member of Captain Canada's channel for a long time. Very long time. I have one of the best first videos on YouTube? Well, thank you. Alright, I believe we just reached cruising altitude, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we did. 37,000 feet. Cruising, my friends. Can you say the name? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can mention the name, just don't go pasting any links or anything like that in the chat, you know? I'm easygoing. You can tell us the name and everything like that. I just want to respect the rules of everybody else, not trying to leech off of someone else's stream, not like I'm, you know, the Brad Pitt of flight sim streaming or anything, but, you know. You're waiting for the time a plane chase goes down with the police. Yeah, right. Envision Aviation. Nice, come on, nice. It's a solid channel name. $135 nautical miles until we arrive. I'm not what? Moderators can only post links in chats. Cool. The Brad Pitt of streamers. No, I'm not the Brad Pitt of streamers. At least I don't think so. I mean, if that's the moniker of which you guys would like to bestow against me, I will gladly take it. People are looking at me like I'm Brad Pitt or some shit. Adjust my camera a little bit here. There we go. Oh, we have a kitty. Oh, there goes the tail. Hey, girly. Hello. Come on. No? Okay. You're way too young to be Brad Pitt? I know, right? Believe me, I feel as old as Brad Pitt sometimes. On the Warren Buffett of streamers. Come here. Girly. She's like, okay, put me down. Everything's still going well for us. Yep, 110 nautical miles until we start our descent. One thing I will say, kitty. Oh yeah. One thing I will say is ever since the most recent update, I will say that The simulator is running wonderfully since the last update. It is doing flawlessly. I said this yesterday after the stream. I was like, wow, I don't think I've ever flown with such high settings before on stream without it getting all choppy. Like, we're running 34 frames per second right now, and clouds are on ultra. Terrain vector data is on ultra. Terrain level of detail is at 300. Object level of detail is maximum. All the ray march and cube reflections and all that is at max. The only thing I have turned off is bloom. That's because I can't stand it. But yeah, the simulator is actually running really, really nice. So it just kind of makes me excited to see kind of what we're going to be up for Flight Simulator 24. So hopefully they've got some good things in store for us coming up for next year's edition. That's the only thing we can hope for, right? What's bloom? Bloom has to do with lighting. So what bloom is if you were looking at the wing right here, what bloom is kind of see how like the reflection of the wing is right here? Bloom would be the light being able to pass through and like over the object from it being so bright. Kind of like how it's doing right here. But it would be like the entire leading edge of the wing or like the entire section of the wing right here. It's just very bright. And sometimes it can come across on my display as too bright. So I just shut it off. That's what bloom. That is what bloom is, though. Good old bloom. Alright, let's get a look at the weather in Heathrow, just to make sure we're not going to be into any surprises here. The most recent weather information here from Heathrow was 20 minutes ago. Winds 290 at 10 knots, which isn't terrible. Visibility is greater than 10 miles. Broken clouds at 3,400 feet. Ceiling is 3,400 feet. Temperature 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Altimeter 29.85, which is fine. Winds 280 at 10, which is current. Scattered clouds at 2,500. At 0200 hours, we are expecting broken clouds at 600. So it looks like weather is going to get pretty yucky here coming up, but the weather is looking nice for our arrival. So hopefully it will stay that way. Not Heathrow. Oh, you're right. Frankfurt, rather. What a dummy. One step behind, everybody. Sorry about that. Frankfurt weather. Here we go. Frankfurt weather. Here we go. Winds 120 at 6 knots. Scattered clouds at 3,000. Probability of change is 30%. So it looks like the wind could increase a little bit, but not by much. Scattered clouds at 3,500. Okay, not too terrible. No rain. Visibility's looking nice. Okay. So we should be alright. From my experience, the 747 spoilers shake the whole plane, and it's genuinely scary. Possibly. Sent a picture of your blue? Nice. Let's take a look. Yep, that's blue. You are exactly right, my friend. But I turn it off just because it's very bright, and I kind of like being able to see the details of the leading edges of the wings, you know what I mean, over here, versus it just being just a massive reflection. I kind of like being able to see the control surfaces and everything, so that's why I shut it off. I mean, it's a great effect, don't get me wrong. It's just, I leave it off. Knowing Microsoft Flight Simulator, the weather will be bad. We'll see. We should have done Paris to London. We could have. Eating 10 steak and egg biscuits. Nice, Geek. Always the foodie. They need to do. They need to compete with the default, so they cannot change too much. Yes. All right, getting closer and closer to top of ascent, 52 nautical miles. With that being said, we are going to reset the MCP. So let's go ahead and get a look at our charts and see exactly what we need here. Looking like for our arrival, going in on the Unoko arrival, looking like a good altitude for us to be in at is gonna be... So we're definitely coming in from this way. Let's get a look here at our legs. Okay, there's Rambob right there. From Maneuver. Okay. Above 11,000 at Unoko, that's fine. And from here on out is where it gets a little weird. Let's bring up our charts for the approach. Take the ILS, per usual. $4,000 feet. We'll take it. We set our MCP down to 4,000 feet. Oh, I know, you don't like being held, I know. This is Kane, everybody. He's growing up so much. Oh, he wants nothing to do with this, so... Where you going? Oh yes, kitties. Gotta love them. Oh yeah, look at that. Lovely death turns, per usual. Let's get back inside the flight deck here. Now what if they do that when you're about to land? Oh, I would just kind of deal with it, I guess. He's currently walking behind my computer. He's going on the windowsill now, so... That's where he was going when I grabbed him. Okay. You meow. There's another cat walking on the desk now. Where's the third? The third's over here. On the bed. There's the third right there laying on the bed. He's just sleeping. He doesn't want anything to do with all the ruckus. You're eating steak and egg biscuits. You're starving? Nice. Hey, girly. I'm getting some dubstep now, huh? Yeah. Alright, top of descent is coming up here. We're going to see exactly what the airplane's going to do, seeming as we are approaching top of descent while we are turning. While we're banking, so I just really hope that we're not going to have any issues. How about we give you our finest meal on Lufthansa? There you go. Going on a seafood diet. When I see food, I eat it. That's the best kind there is. I thought default would be best, meaning the default airplane. No, unfortunately, no. That is far from the truth. FMC message. Drag required. VNAV. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and listen and get our spoilers up then. And that is in full flight detent, so... What's wrong with the plane? The default 747? It's you know, fly a product like a PMDG airplane, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You see what it's doing? You can't even follow our LNAV properly. Well, I am just going to control our descent on our own, because I just really don't trust. I do not trust at all. Is PMDG bad? No. PMDG is the creme de la creme of study-level airplanes. I'm just saying, if you go from flying the PMDG to flying something like this... Looks like an elementary school student made this airplane compared to a PMDG. And that's nothing against the developers at Asobo or Microsoft that's in charge of making this airplane for the simulator, but it's just not accurate at all in any way, shape, or form. Go fly any other 747 add-on. The iFly 747 for FSX. Nowhere near this, man. PMDG better than FlyByWire? Absolutely. But FlyByWire, I mean, this is way better than... This is not near as good as FlyByWire either. This airplane's just a mess. Like I said, I never feel like I can trust the information that the FMC is giving me. I don't feel like I can trust the autopilot to not get us killed. There's a lot of different reasons as to why I don't trust it. And we are witnessing some of them right here. It's flying this complex approach. It's starting to do okay right now. It just almost seems like when the airplane is at or above a certain speed, it's all over the place. So hopefully this time around we have a little bit more luck, but I'm not going to get too excited, folks. Still have our speed brakes open a little bit. We'll keep them open at about that level just to kind of help the speed level off a little bit for us. PMDG is better than Fenix because I like Boeing. PMDG is the standard. They have a very high standard for what they do and what they give us for add-ons. Get down to 290 knots here. And slow down even more for this turn, because it's going to really throw us for a loop here. No pun intended. Is this better than Captain Sim? I mean Captain Scam? Yes. And believe it or not, I have all the Captain Sim, the full lineup of Captain Sim products for FSX, and while back then they weren't that bad, just leagues better of what they are now, and I think the main reason behind that, and the main reason why you're seeing that with the Captain Sim products, is primarily because I think that the developers literally just copying and pasting the FSX versions of the airplanes and putting them in Flight Simulator 2020, and then releasing them, calling them complete, and then fixing them later, which is why you call them Captain Scam, because you would think that if you release an airplane, you know, and back in the day, like the FSX versions of the Captain Sim products, they're still $60-$70 to this day. But the fact that they charge 20 or so for them now in the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 world, for what you actually get, is just kind of whack, to be completely honest with you. Kind of like this approach here. The airplane's not flying properly at all. Heard that the flight model developers for Captain Sim left, that's why the exterior looks so good. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, I wish them all the best, you know what I mean, obviously. Like, I'm not wishing any ill will upon anybody, you know, and that's the situation. I'd heard a couple of stories about that as well, that a few of the other developers that they had left for pastures new, for bigger and better developers, and, you know, it is what it is. Nothing really we can do about it. Only thing I can say is just stay away from their products if you're not happy with them. Alright, take ourselves out of standard mode here. Press B to reset our altimeter. There we go. The airplane's having an easier time flying the approach now that we've slowed the airplane down quite a lot. At 17,000 feet here, on our way down still. Never a fan of the product, mostly eye candy. Yeah, I kind of feel that's how it was too. The FSX airplanes for Captain Sim, you know, they had the 727, but, you know, haven't had any of their stuff since FSX. Yeah, don't buy any of it. I heard the 767 is better, you know, but who knows? Maybe there'll be better Captain Sim airplanes in the future again. I am not holding my breath, though, and not going to allow myself to get excited for the possibility of that. I believe Captain Sim would just close down when 2/3 of their workforce is gone. Yeah, well, gotta get that money, you know, from the flight simulator boom of which we've all been so lucky to have been a part of. Alright, here we go. We got to be above 4,000 feet here as we come on down. We're going to slow the airplane some more, down to 240 knots as we are about to pass below 10,000 feet. So open up the brakes again a little bit to help us accomplish that. Holy smokes, it's the only 11:30 a.m. here. Feels like it's later. I know, it's 12:30 for me. Have you been on a 747? I have not, unfortunately. As much as I would like to, I have never been on board a 747. You have a BA 400? Nice, man. Very nice. They retired all theirs, unfortunately, which sucks, but, you know. As every airline is starting to do. We're gonna go flaps 1. Slow the airplane down some more. Go about 220 knots. You watch Peppa Pig for Peppa Pig! Oh man. It's a lot of Peppa Pig. I'll tell you that. We're also going to slow the airplane down some more at about 210. What is going on with the auto throttle? Look at this. Not allowing us to go. It's not even increasing or decreasing. Look. It's not allowing us to go below 200 knots, even though we have flaps down. Let's go flaps 2 or flaps 5 and see if it'll allow us to. Nope. It's probably because we're below a certain altitude. Probably because it's not going to allow us. The IF was sit. What has bro been on, man? I don't know. But we have no control over our auto throttle, and I'm imagining because we have a speed constraint here, which we need to be at, of 251, which is why I'm assuming it's not allowing us to get to where we need to be, but it's okay. Hopefully when we get below a certain altitude here, it will allow us to. In-flight entertainment. You are losing altitude, I know. Have I been on a seaplane? I have not. I mean, I've never flown in one. I've been seated in one, yes, but never actually flown in one, no. Why can we not control our speed? You know what? Get out of here, LNAV. I don't want you anymore. Is that why? Nope, that's not why. I'm struggling here. As to why our speed is increasing on its own. So, no more auto throttle. Foot, what's happening, friend? Alright, we're just going to manually control the throttles, because that's dumb. Do I still sell insurance? I still work in insurance. I'm not selling yet. But eventually, yes. So because the airplane is not allowing us to control our own speed, for whatever reason, I'm thinking it's following our VNAV flight plan here, even though it shouldn't be. The auto throttle is still, as you can see, increasing slowly up to 240, which should not be the case. So we've just manually taken over everything here, and we'll keep ourselves at about 200 knots for now. And we'll keep an eye on our own speed. No big of a deal. Broke the auto throttle in Heathrow? I guess so. But yeah, it's refusing to come off of climb 2. And I have no idea why. But whatever, it's not surprising that we're having an issue, so we're just gonna have to make our own turn here. We're gonna go ahead and select a turn to 143 or so. To allow us to capture the ILS. Coming in right at about 190 on the speed. Auto throttle still isn't working, which is fine. Alright, that was our altitude alert. 190 on the speed is about what we're looking for. 2 more likes for Big D. You try resetting the auto throttle. How do we do that? Is there an auto throttle reset button here somewhere that I'm not familiar with? I did try resetting it. You turn it on, and it just will not allow you. You go over to speed, and you see what it does, so no. Am I going to land? Yes, I am. Sure am. Michael, read my message I sent. Michael, I know how to fix it. Basically put at one end speedy and throttle, then set the speed to whatever you want. Not sure exactly what you mean, but... But we're at 4,000, which is where we need to be for the approach, so we're going to go ahead and activate localizer mode. Just kidding, guess we're not going to activate localizer. Oh my good lord. See what I'm talking about with the plane, guys? This plane sucks, but... That's all I'm going to say, even though we have our information here. I know how to use the auto throttle, my friend. It's not working. So we're just going to manually take control of the airplane from here, because I don't trust it, not in the slightest. And we will just manually fly our approach. Because I just refuse to put up with any of this idiotic nonsense. It's almost like the airplane still thinks we're in climb mode. I'm guessing you didn't have these issues on the first leg? Nope. Not a one. That's alright. The airplane's doing perfectly fine. Usually do the 748, only do this when flying two legs and not restart after the first one, but you did restart, so it would be normal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. To be completely honest with you. I just wanted to give this a shot on stream. We have to be at 4,000 feet here. So we are honestly managing the airplane perfectly well for level flight. We're all trimmed out nicely. Just not sure why we're not able to get any response from our localizer request. I mean, am I really that surprised? Not really. But would I just like the airplane to do what it's supposed to? Yes. That would be swell. Nothing like manually flying a 7478 on a 20-mile final. Things usually don't work when you start recording. I haven't even started recording the replay or anything, man. This is just stock Microsoft Flight Simulator being stock Microsoft Flight Simulator, I guess. So now that we've disconnected the autopilot in its entirety, let's see what happens if I go back to center command. No. Okay, so we have localizer now. So we're established on the localizer. Whoa. Easy. Easy. For Christ's sake. Goodness gracious. How is it possible for the airplane to still be this broken? How? How is it possible, everybody? Ugh. Sickening. Clenching my cheeks. As you should be. But we're established on the localizer now, which is good. We're not ready for approach mode for quite a while. But, yeah, we're just going to ride it out here. We still have control over our throttles manually. I'm not going to use the auto throttle. I don't trust it. But we can see our airport right here in front of us. So we are approaching quickly and fastly. So hopefully everything will go well. We are on right command. We usually can get approach on the right autopilot, but we aren't getting anything at the moment. Localizer, approach, nothing. Okay. So glide scope should be automatic. You already landed? Nice. Holy talk guacamole, this plane is worse than my brain. Didn't think anything could get worse than my brain, right? Money and lazy corporation, that's why it's broken. It's just you would think it would be Then again, I'm not a developer. I don't program games. I don't have any experience in that, so... Alright, flaps 10. Approach mode. There we go, we have approach mode now, so that's working. Just our auto throttle's broken. Which I have no idea why. It almost seems like it has to do with our climb and such, but we aren't able to get that anymore. Approach, glide scope on, which is good. That's good. Alright. Let's try it, folks. Your grandfather has 2 trucks for sale? Nice, man. Are we going to start a trucking business? Possibly. I do have ATS and all of its lovely components. Alright, let's start slowing the airplane down now. We're going to be coming up on the glide scope, so it's idle out. Well, not idle, but, you know, start slowing down just a tad for us here. We're in a 10-mile final, so we want to stick to around 180 knots on this. ATS, it's since the most recent update, man, it looks pretty good. I would check it out. And then use the Steam store as well, and the Steam, whatchamacallit. Oh boy, glide scope. Okay, we're good. Airplane. Airplane, don't do anything crazy now. Alright. Flaps 20. Let's prep to get the gear down. Alright, we're going to go ahead and start the replay. No pressure? Nope, none at all. Alright, replay is started. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get the simulator volume all the way up. Here we go, cranking it. Alright, enjoy everybody. We're going to go gear down. Flaps 30, or 25 rather.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Landing gear is going down.
Gear.
Shut up.
Landing gear.
Alright, flaps 30. Thousand feet, we'll take over for the autopilot. Manually controlling the throttle still, which is really weird. A little bumpy here, 1,000 feet, my control. Wow. Wow. Woo! All right. Welcome, folks. All right. We're okay. We're okay. Boy, she drops like a rock when you cut the power, don't she? Whew. Okay, well. That was something. New pants, please? I know, right, Jeff? Alright, folks. Before we start the replay here, do I support Russia or Ukraine? I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. No offense, I'm not going to bother talking about something as animalistic as what's going on in those countries right now. Yeah. Maybe cut the power at 20? Yeah, I mean... Okay, before we start the replay here. Overall impressions on the sim... on the 7.4, it still needs work. It needs a lot of work. On approach, she's stable, but right before touchdown, as soon as you cut the power, you lose everything. So, if anyone knows any 747 pilots that could maybe give us some tips on what we are doing wrong as far as our arrival goes, maybe we'll give it another try. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit play on the replay. Alright, let's have at it, folks. Alright, enjoy from here. We'll go a little bit farther ahead. From right here should be good. I'll stay away from her, I would. It's too much. Between the auto throttle not working halfway through the flight, the harsh angles, it's just... makes no sense, man. And just the way the airplane gets blown around. What's the wind speed when we were landing there? To be thrusting and then throwing our nose all over the place and just... I mean, look at it. We're getting blown around like you wouldn't believe. You can hear the creaks on the airplane. We haven't cut. Look at this. Ay, ay, ay. Wind's at 7 knots. We're just pushing our airplane around that much. Flaps doing a dance, I know, right? Oh, gosh. I think we're going to stick to 737s and any other plane that's not this, to be completely honest with you. Let's do Airbus next, that's what I'm thinking. Adding more power right here. And this is right where we cut the power, right here. And then the airplane just became very unstable. We drifted, adding some rudder here to keep us straight, and slam. we're getting there, folks. Maybe with a little bit more practice, we can learn how to fly the broken airplane. Alright, we'll get a look from the outside. Now our landing lights aren't on. That's interesting. You're right. I think I'm cutting the power way too soon. Yeah, I would say so. But you'd think normally in any airplane, right? You'd cut the power right about 50 feet. You'd think. But, you know, it is what it is. She slowed down perfectly fine once we touched. But, yeah. Alright, folks, you know the deal. There's going to be one last replay. We're going to go ahead and get a replay from the nose view. We'll go ahead and back her up quite a bit. Alright, folks, well, thank you so much for everybody that joined the stream, as always. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. I'm going to be scheduling some more streams for Tuesday and Thursday and next weekend this afternoon, so keep a lookout for that. And, yeah, I'll talk to you guys all next time. Thank you so much for being here. Always appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for joining me, as always, and we will see you guys on the next one. Alright, everybody, take care. Bye-bye now.